Hello. Greetings, even. How's everybody doing? Okay, so I'm not gonna be introing inside of Sapien right now because currently it's pretty barren. I was just doing a quick export test to see if um, the latest roots and plants and stuff would import, and they do, which is good. But yeah, basically there's a lot of tedium that has to be done, just a lot of placement of shrubbery and whatnot. Um, lot of plants. We're having a lot of plants in this stream. Want this place to look nice and good and lush and green, because it's very foresty. So that's gonna take quite a bit of work. But we'll get through it. It is dawning on me just how much tedium it is going to be, because I chose to just like have hand placed plants everywhere instead of doing it procedurally. Again, like if I did it procedurally, it would look kind of like not super great. This stuff does have to actually be hand placed, but yeah, it is gonna take a second. It's gonna take a second, but you know what? It's gonna be worth it. Skaboodly, my final hamon. Is that a JoJo reference? Is that a mother freaking JoJo reference you just made? Because if it is, I appreciate it. Maybe. You, uh, are you anguishing in the lamentable, delay of Steel Ball Run Episode 2, like the rest of us? Are you crashing out over Episode 2 taking like a month to release? I almost feel like I should ask chat to give me a prompt of something to ramble about, because I'm quite good at rambling. The only problem is, I'm not good at both rambling and working at the same time. I need to get better at that, because that would make for far more entertaining streams. Pretty sure the wait, new Metro game got announced today. Pretty sure that was revealed in 2022. Cool. I know very little about the Metro series, but I hear it's very good. I know a lot of people like it. Although, to be fair, or to be honest, rather, it's kind of hard to get excited for new games because most of them basically require new hardware. Because, like, publishers don't seem interested in optimization anymore. But the problem is, like, most people out there can't afford new hardware. And also, like, just like people ain't got time or money for games anymore, dude. Dude, I don't even play video games hardly at all anymore. I'm just like, I make games. I don't play them. What are you, crazy? Who's got time for that? Oh yeah. I just like every time there's like some new announcement, I'm like, cool. Wish I had time. Wish I had time and a spare $80 or whatever. But all this stuff has been forced by AI ravaging the market. It's not just AI. It's a bunch of compounding issues. But AI just, yeah, AI really did not help at all. And I mean, like, a lot of people are definitely not excited or ingratiated by the fact that AI has, like, severely screwed the consumer hardware market. And, like, everything, and I mean literally everything, like, consumer-facing has been sacrificed for the sake of, like, whatever, you know, inexplicable AI project gets thought up. Oh yeah. I just want to make a cool mod. Cool mod that's very ambitious. Google revealed a new optimization method to make RAM a lot faster, so you can technically download more RAM. Okay, is that hardware side? Like, is that local hardware side, or is that another, like, AI gimmick where they do the computing off-site and then stream it in somehow? Because if it's the latter, that's not really gonna work. I salute the ambition. This mod is awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. It is certainly ambitious. I'm one of those people where, like, I don't do a whole lot of things, but whatever I do the living shit out of it. Local, it's a compression method. Oh, okay. Then that actually might be exciting because, I mean, like, almost all of the major advancements in hardware performance have simply been a matter of just compressing data. Compressing or, like, just increasing power efficiency somehow. It's really amazing how much performance you can squeeze out of hardware if you're just, you know, efficient. Which is another reason why I'm, like, you know, trying to optimize this map so much, because Reach is a capable engine, but it's also an old engine. And, you know, most people are running some pretty beefy hardware in comparison these days, but, you know, I still don't want people's frame rate to absolutely chug, you know. It's funny because this map is probably going to have more detail than any average Halo Reach map, with the way that I'm doing it and the fact that I am, like, you know, taking advantage of the fact that people have modern hardware, but I still, you know, believe in optimization. You can't just be wasteful. Helldivers 2 is only like 25 gigs. Really? Holy shit. Yeah, that's fucking huge. Good on them. I'm really glad they did that. One sec. Sorry, I had to take a call. Just an FYI, I might pop out for a minute to go pick up a pizza here in a bit. They used to make hundreds of duplicates of assets for hard drive to load faster, but it wasn't really a big difference for the insane game size. Yeah, that's where trade-offs happen. That, dude, speaking as a game dev, that's where, like, some of, like, the most controversial decisions, like the most baffling, like, why would they ever think of doing this kind of things, come down to, it's not that there isn't, like, a benefit to doing something. It's, does the benefit justify, you know, the sacrifices that have to be made, you know? Because there are a lot of cool things you can do, but if those cool things require, you know, extra storage, extra power, you know, get in the way of, like, core features. Also, is this music too loud? Sounds like it's really loud. Also, I'm not... There we go. But yeah, you know, you can always do cool things, but those things come at a cost, and, like, most design work is just balancing the trade-offs. It is very sad that creative ambition is restrained by the fact that we're forcing rocks to think for us, and those rocks can only think so hard. They used to make hundreds of oh wait, I love hard rocks. Yes. Computer motherboards are basically rocks. They're rocks that are just like decorated with copper. Copper and gold and zinc and a bunch of other metals. Speaking of gold, anyone out there who is chemically savvy, I put it to you that right now is, for the first time in a long time, it is probably actually economically viable to get into e-waste recycling to basically recapture gold from old motherboards and RAM sticks and whatnot, because the price of gold is, like, really high, and there's, you know, a fuck ton of e-waste out there in the wild. What's the easiest game to work with mod-wise you found for the Halo engines? A lot of people will say Halo CE because, or Custom Edition, technically, because the Custom Edition community has been around for the longest, like literally 20 years. And so, like, there's the most support, there's the most tutorials and like tools out there, and the biggest community. But for me, I'm honestly of the opinion that like Halo Reach and Halo 4 are the easiest to mod because of the tool I'm using, which is Foundry. This guy over here. Foundry is a custom community-made tool made by a guy named Crisp on the Halo modding forums. He's an absolute god. He made a custom toolkit which vastly streamlines the modding process and like exporting and like categorization of all different file types. He makes his tool makes modding Reach and Halo 4 like an absolute breeze. So yeah, for me, I'm definitely of the opinion that Reach and 4 are the easiest, just because the Foundry tool makes it so streamlined. It's also like I will say a lot of the people modding CE are using 3ds Max because that's what the original games were built in. I use 3ds Max, but I'm a professional 3D artist, so I can justify paying out the nose for that software. Most people can't. So most modders use Blender as a standard, and I'm using Blender right now. So yeah, Blender's free, and if you can learn Blender and you can download Foundry, which is also free, you're good to go. Rejected Shotgun, your voice sounds so different. I know, right? I decided to go get hair transplants. I decided to, mod a real gaming engine for once, instead of just only doing Halo 3 and never releasing tags. Yeah, I'm just making a lot of like big life decisions and working on myself. How long have you been in the game industry? About 13 years at this point, maybe 14. So yeah. Good to see you make some good choices finally. I know, right? I don't know what I was thinking all these years modding Halo 3. This is a very foolish endeavor. I decided to get with it, And next, I might even mod Halo 4, because Halo 4 is a superior engine that can do way more things than Halo 3 and do them easier and faster. To say nothing of the game Halo 4, because I think we're all in agreement that's just not, the best one. Yeah. I assumed you were way younger? Nah, I'm like early 30s at this point. Although I keep being told that like I look like I don't age. Like a couple friends have called me a vampire because I just don't seem to age significantly, which, knock on wood, don't want to jinx it. But yeah. By the way, Dusty, I have been meaning to talk to you about animation stuff because, at least I hope you have a different icon in Discord, so I hope I'm talking to the right person. But those animations are phenomenal, and I would absolutely love to have to like if you're willing to like get some help with like first person and third person animations. There's a lot of projects for Halo modding that I need a lot of help with. You said you worked at 343. I assume you did armors. Yes, that is exactly what I did. Um, let me see. Uh, I can't sign into ArtStation right now. Um, but yeah, I did work at 343 for about a year and a half on contract. I produced some armor and weapon models for the online shop, and it was a great experience, at least for me personally. Um, can't speak to other departments and stuff, but it was definitely a cool time for me personally. Had a lot of fun. Saw a lot of cool things that none of y'all get to. Haha. I'm sorry. All right. We are continuing with the Vegetation. This soundtrack is such a bop. Yeah, it's good. Personally, I prefer Halo 2's soundtrack. I don't know if that's controversial. But I just like, I feel like there's more, I don't know. It just feels more iconic to me personally. Um, it has more experimental tracks. And to me, it just like has that more early 2000s vibe as opposed to Halo 3's like more late 2000s. Obviously, because, you know, Halo 3 was 2007. But yeah, I just really prefer Halo 2. Feel like I've gotten comfortable enough with my animating that I started looking for mod projects to volunteer for. Once I get good enough doing that, I want to start looking for paid work. Dude, that's fantastic. I strongly encourage that. Yeah. I can say like your stuff is definitely, you're on your way. Your stuff is definitely good enough to be at least semi-professional, if not completely professional at this point. Yeah. And I mean, like, the industry's tough, so the advice I usually give people, especially students and whatnot, is do your own projects because the industry is, you know, screwed, and like waiting on some company or studio to give you a job is just not the move. So making your own projects that you can showcase your passion in, that's where it's at. Um, yeah, build a portfolio out of your own passion, and then the rest will figure itself out. People will like see your stuff online and come to you for work. It's how it usually works these days. I would like to work in indie. That's been a big boom recently. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna have to plug up some of these holes at some point. I feel like I've gotten comfortable. Wait, I would like to work in India. I would love to do some animations for the Cyclops. Depends. It's gonna take me a while to get back to the Cyclops. But I mean, like, I already have somebody who has volunteered to do some animation work for the Cyclops, and like I've been, meaning to get back to them for a while. So I will let you know. I will let you know how it all works out. But what I could do, what I could use your help on is first-person animations for the stanchion, and even for I have a machete, like the machete from the Halo CE logo, the legendary symbol. I made that as a weapon for Reach a long, long time ago, and I made some like basic, custom animations for it, but they're not amazing or anything. So maybe you can take a stab at it. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. I'm gonna playtest 01. Good, 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 good. Okay. I love these ferns. The ferns add so much. I don't like that soundtrack or that particular song. Yeah, that looks good. What I'm kind of predicting is that at a later point I am going to want to add more and more vegetation to these roots progressively. Um, but I'm starting to pick up on like the idea that I shouldn't get bogged down too much putting, leaves on literally everything. Because I kind of want to move on to like fleshing out the rest of the map a little bit more. So I'm just gonna spend a little bit more time draping vines and such across different pieces, and then I'm going to get back to placing like actual stuff in the playable area itself. What is Drake doing?
Fair. And especially when we're making mods. I mean, since I can make Halo mods, maybe we can make Discord mods. Good point. I should have thought of that. Oh, I'm playing CS2? That's a good point, actually. Crazy ass storms in it. Make the map dark again. It's so bright. My plan is to release these afternoon. But yeah, I agree. It's good.
I think my pizza should be ready soon, so I'm gonna head out for just a second here in a bit and go grab me some pizza. Peak mod, thank you. I appreciate that. definitely more peak than, you know, permafrost or whatever they're calling it. I'm just kidding. Permafrost looks sick. I can definitely say, and I've mentioned this before. I'm not the biggest fan of huge grass. Controversial take. It's just like it's just too huge. Uh, Whenever I played it, I just found myself walking pretty slowly across the entire map for most of it. Um, and so like seeing Drake really take the time to flesh out a map with like uh, some thought and design choices and stuff, that was really nice. I really got to play it one of these days. Again, like finding the time to actually play video games, it's tough, man. You should hide Easter eggs around the map. I will definitely be doing that. Don't you worry. All right, my alarm's going off. I am gonna go grab a pizza because I am famished. All right, give me a few minutes, guys. I will be back. Less than 10 minutes, I promise. Pretty promise. Fingers crossed.
Promises.
Okay, pizza is acquired, but um, I now have to eat the pizza, so I think I'm going to just like watch a little bit of Rejected stream while I eat.
Bald. So I'm not really seeing any winning. You just want me to mod reach, and you're still gonna call me bald. But the problem is, I won't mod reach until you stop calling me bald. Look at that balanced saber clip in a second. Once your delusions of me not having hair are gone forever, then I can finally mod Halo Reach. Thank you for the fiber, Coax!
If you're ever looking for H3 Forerunner assets to use, I set up a nifty Blender asset library on the Halo archive. Could be neat for your Forge maps.
I would love to check that out. Are they like game ready, like pulled from Halo 3? Mateus, thank you for the 5.
How did this bald joke even start? Can we even remember anymore?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's so long ago. I have no idea. I wish I knew. I wish I knew, man. But hey, this works. I need to balance it a little bit, though. The only issue that this seems to have at the moment is that the Phantom, or the Space Phantom, respawns a little too quickly. Like a 10-second respawn rate. I think if you destroy the Space Phantom, you should be given like an entire minute. Will that be 1800 seconds? $1,800 divided by 30 is 60 seconds. Yeah, perfect. I still need to balance the Space Phantom's health and stuff, though. I have no idea how strong it is. 1 minute is not that long. I know, I might make it like 2 or 3, but we'll see. Yo, thank you for the 3!
Shared the SpongeBob bald gif once upon a time, and then somehow you thought we were calling you bald in supporter chat. Then one stream later, Green told me to Dono saying you are bald.
And this is, we've been stuck in this hell ever since. This is all your fault? Thank you so much. No, thank you. Thank you. Is that actually how it happened? I trust Modded Gamer on this one. I'm not gonna lie. I think if Modded Gamer says so, it's the truth. Hell for you, not for us. I think we're all trapped equally in this hell. Because you're trapped in the hell where the bald joke never dies. I'm trapped in the hell where the bald joke never dies, and I'm the one being called bald. I'm just getting a double whammied. I don't see a problem in that scenario. Well, happy for you. I'm happy for you. Me personally, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Did I mention I'm happy for you? Because I am. Let's get rid of these guys. These don't need to be here anymore. Delete. 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 Nice. Alright, permafrost break. I want to go work on the big man, Big G, Big Zilla, as he's known. Check the clip? I'll check it right now while this loads. Ooh, also the archive. Ooh. Wait, this is actually nuts. Damn. This is the library of all the assets here. Mateus, thanks for the 5.
Maybe at this point own being bald and rip off the band-aid and shave it all off. You can always regrow hair.
Oh, I can always regrow hair. So what you're saying is I can shave all the hair that I currently have on my head, and that it will regrow because I'm not bald. I'm sorry, but there are some logical fallacies that you yourself did not check out before you sent that super chat, Mateus. You are implying that I'm not bald in your sentence there. Pretty rough, man. I don't think you thought that one out. I don't think you thought that one out. The biggest thing would be collision. Well, that and setting up materials with their Halo 3 material properties, because some of them have like glowing like lights and things that are baked into it, and like actual like light mapped structures and things that are normally supposed to emit light in the Halo engine that are like invisible floating bits on it, things like that. But yeah, definitely collision. Well, I mean, if I'm using them for BS, if they're gonna be forge objects, then these are actually perfect. Actually perfect. How did Godzilla get here? He looks crazy. Everybody at the party says he's being super weird.
Listen, bitch, I rarely call you bald in the first place. I'm on your side, you dingus.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for following. What do you mean, rarely? Are you on my side if you call me bald at all? That's not science. Dude, this Godzilla is actually coming out pretty well. Low-key, there's not a whole lot else that I could do to make him better besides making the animations nicer.
Who's this not very tall, spiky back dude?
Oh, this is Spyro. He's a dragon. You know Spyro the Dragon? This is him. This is what he looks like. Make him do most, that's true. Oh shit, Boom! What up, man? Good to see you. Welcome to my weird-ass Godzilla stream that I just started here. More mod magic, I see. I guess so. Turned out to be a little bit easier than I expected, at least in Halo 3's engine, to do like a whole ass Godzilla. Not that I'm complaining. God, that's beautiful. I think Godzilla's at the point where I could actually just like put him into a mod and make it work. I should do that Reach style mod for real. Harder sauce with darker fur and a mega fist of right. At that point, I'm just gonna do actual Kong. But I think I'm just gonna do Godzilla. I want a game where it's like just a bunch of little Spartans and they're running around. They're like, and Godzilla's just like. All I'm saying is those Mombasa Forge objects I made come in clutch in moments like these. Is it up health for Godzilla for the game mode? No, I haven't. Right now he just works. He's functional. I'm not going to give him health, though, because, like, if there's going to be a game mode where Godzilla's destroying stuff, you're not going to be able to just shoot him to death, okay? He's Godzilla. Godzilla doesn't get shot to death. He probably has to be, like, nuked or something. Even nuking him doesn't work, actually, now that I think about it. I don't know. We need an oxygen destroyer. We need him to come out of the water and get oxygen destroyed. Guys, I rediscovered Minecraft from VTubers? Inevitably. Piss him off enough. I just make him blow up. He gets so angry that he just goes... I could probably do a thing where, like, he collapses to the ground and is just like, oh. That looks so good. I might have to ask you about one of your maps or something. Dude, you're more than welcome to. I could customize, do whatever the fuck needed. Most of this stuff, I mean, this is from Ultimate Forge. It's done now. Maybe you need some extra customization. I got you, man. This is just a big old sandbox map. Roads and stuff.
Okay, I'm back.
City skybox. Little bridge over there.
Sorry, I was consuming pizza while we were watching Rejected. Just for something to put on. But now that I'm full of pizza, we can get back to the real modding. I mean, my modding, not real. You know what I mean. I'm just gonna back it to writing because this is horrifically confusing. Howdy, why is Godzilla here? Oh, sorry. I tuned back and I'm really confused. Sorry, I put on Drake's stream because I was munching on pizza. Yes, it is quite a shock when you see Godzilla in your Halo game. Oh yeah, let's put on some tunes. Oh. Back in. Oh wait. Music loud, dude. I don't know what it is. Like, I can never really get a sense for if the music is too loud or not. But looking at my OBS, yeah, that does seem pretty loud. So I apologize. That's one of the hardest things about streaming is just like making sure the audio is regulated. Oh, did you hear the Avatar Last Airbender animated movie got leaked? Wait, what? They were making an Avatar movie? This is the first I've heard of this. Well, that's definitely going to hurt the movie's performance, I bet. That sucks. Jesus. Damn, I had no idea about this. The whole thing got leaked? Dude, that sucks. Leaker claimed Paramount accidentally emailed it to him. Yeah. That would be really funny if that turns out to be true. It's true? Wow. Goddamn. Well, then I guess it's their fault. Damn. Funnily enough, a lot of things got leaked that day, like the AC Black Flag remake. So they're really doing that? Of all the Assassin's Creed games, why are people like? I get why people want a Black Flag remake, but I'll say two things on that. One, Black Flag still looks pretty decent graphically. It's not obviously like as good as a modern game, right? But it still looks pretty damn good in general. And two, like that Black Flag is good, but it's not necessarily the most popular game in the series. Although I suspect the reason Ubisoft is interested in Black Flag is maybe at the time it was like one of their highest selling. Actually, in fact, if I remember correctly, Black Flag may have been the highest selling AC game at the time. So maybe that's it. Chaos Theory's got to be my... Oh. I wish they would bring back Splinter Cell. Chaos Theory has to be my second favorite game of all time. I hear it's good. Theory is because Ubisoft wasted so much money on Skull and Bones and needs to reuse the assets to make some money back. I don't necessarily think that they would reuse Skull and Bones assets, though. I do know that Skull and Bones should not have taken that long to come out. Like, it took them almost 10 years or something to make that game, and it's literally just like Black Flag with fewer features. It's nuts. I don't know what the hell happened behind the scenes there. Okay. I think, yeah, looking at screenshots, I think Skull and Bones might be slightly too stylized. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe they can reuse some of these assets because they do aesthetically fit Black Flag fairly well. It's just I vaguely remember some of the environments looking a little stylized from what I saw, but no, these would probably fit just fine in a Black Flag remake. Maybe. Maybe that's it. Although, I mean, like... See, and here's where the difference between a remake and a remaster actually becomes important. Because if it's a remake, then that's going to be more development cost. Whereas if it's a remaster, then what you're saying would be true, where they can just, like, you know, recycle assets. And it's kind of like a, you know, a quick and dirty, you know, way to recoup some development cost from Skull and Bones. But I don't know. I think, yeah, they're probably just going to do a remaster, not a remake, because that's going to be more cost efficient, which is not what people are probably going to want. They're probably going to want a remaster or remake. I don't know. Although, then again, I keep contradicting myself. Black Flag was so good as it was out of the package that, like, I think... Okay, Halo 3 soundtrack. Calm down. I think a remaster is kind of going to be satisfactory. If all you're changing is the graphics and just, like, update, like, the menus and, like, update the save features and update, like, uncapped frame rate at, you know, ultra widescreen, I think that's really all anybody wants. Maybe add a little bit of extra DLC or something. So when are we getting banished units in this game? I would love eventually to make Halo Wars 2 stuff, but that's in the far future. At the moment, excuse me. My God, this is so loud. Halo 3 soundtrack is so dang loud, man. At the moment, we have 8 vehicles to playtest, and this is just the first playtest. But yeah, they build it as a remake internally, so it's looking like... Oh, damn. Okay. Okay. I hope they don't break things. Like, I don't quite know what the point of a remake would be. Because, like, remake would involve, like, changing the actual gameplay design. Like, a remake can change everything from, like, the story to, like, the engine to the core gameplay loop. Which I feel like that's dangerous territory, because Black Flag was pretty on point with its core gameplay design. I don't know. I hope it comes out okay. But my big thing is I just want them to remake AC2. Maybe even AC1, because AC1 is like so old at this point, and like I feel like that game could really use a remake. Because even at the time, like people were complaining it was very slow, very clunky, very methodical, and like was very kind of like short and limited in its scope. And like a remake for AC1 would go pretty hard, I think. A retelling of Altair's story, but like with modern technology, that'd be pretty sick. But I definitely want AC2 to be remastered or remade, because that's my favorite game in the series. I don't know though, like Ubisoft's not really in the habit of like remaking a lot of their games. The only AC game that they have remastered so far has been AC3, which is an interesting choice because AC3 was also like a pretty decent looking game even for modern standards. Uh, Obviously being still very old, but like having enough like artistic merit in like the visual design to be like, this looks like a decent game. I feel like a World War II AC would be cool. It would be. There's so many settings they could explore. Ugh. I'm a little biased, but I would love to see like an AC game in like early 1700s Scottish Highlands. I don't know exactly how you would do that, but I've always fantasized about that specific region. Do you have favorite armor style of UNSC? Yeah, I'm really partial to the Halo 2 classic Marines. They're just like all of the designs in OG Halo 2 are just so like ruggedly practical. They're like not overly complicated or sci-fi. They obviously look futuristic, but they're not, you know, like anime armor or anything. And I say that even though Halo 2 has some obvious Ghost in the Shell reference. But yeah, like I'm a really big fan of Halo 2's designs. Second favorite would be Reach, just because Reach is like so practical. It's also like ruggedly practical, but it's like a little bit more detailed and mirrors a lot of features of modern gear. And I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of, like, you know, a good touch of realism and practical designs in sci-fi. And that's a weird thing about Halo's art direction over the years is, like, it's changed so much, so many times, that it's kind of, like, cultivated vastly... Like, it's cultivated fans with vastly different aesthetic tastes, right? Like, because original CE is almost seen as stylized these days. When it's not stylized, it was just graphically limited. Because back in the day, nothing was technically photoreal. It was all just implicitly realistic. But, you know, nowadays we look at games that have, you know, a fucking photo scan of somebody's face for a texture, and we'd be like, oh, well, that's just stylized cartoony, when it's not, necessarily. And, like... Halo CE's Marines had these just like bare metal plates, which was a very interesting look, and it was, you know, obviously very reminiscent of Aliens, but yeah, it's like so different from seeing like Halo Reach's designs, which is like you still have metal plating, but it's like augmented with straps and buckles and, you know, pouches for equipment. And then Halo 3's Marines are just, I'm just going to say, it's straight up anime armor. Like, Halo 3's Marines, to me, look very similar to, like, Earth Defense Force. The anime giant bug shoot-'em-up game. Halo 3, in many ways, to me, visually looked like Earth Defense Force. Maybe it's just, like, the shaders they used or, like, the visual style, but, like, yeah. I didn't personally like the cartoony aspect of a lot of the models in Halo 3. I thought that, like, the brutes especially looked, like, so silly in Halo 3. They just looked, like, really weird and cartoonish. Same with the elites. Same with most of the characters. But yeah, that's my preference. I even, like, when I worked at 343, I even, like, there's this internal, like, kind of art Bible, which kind of, like specifies what Halo 3's specific aesthetic is supposed to be. And the specific quote I wrote was, Halo 3 is realistic, but not photorealistic, which is a very interesting way to phrase it. And I think I agree. Like, Halo as a series has never strived to look photorealistic or look, you know, like the new Crysis engine or anything, but it's also, like, not, you know, it's not supposed to be cartoony. It's not supposed to be stylized. It is supposed to be look visually plausible to a degree. Man, I would kill for that Bible. Yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, there's not a whole lot to it, right? It's there's nothing in there necessarily that you as a fan don't already know or can't already, like, you know, pick up on just from playing the games and observing the art direction. But it is a handy guide for artists working internally. Like, hey, this is the basic rules, this is the basic lore, you know, this is what this technology is based off of, it mirrors this real-life sci-fi concept, or not sci-fi concept, this real-life technology, or this, you know, common sci-fi trope, you know? There's, I believe these days we refer to it largely as cassette punk, which is what the Aliens franchise was basically establishing. Cassette punk. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, whenever I search up cassette punk aesthetic, all I get is a bunch of images of cassettes and then just shots of the aliens, like, Nostromo interior. But you get the idea. Never heard of that term before, but I can totally see it. I heard it described that way by somebody at some point, like another game dev once, and I looked it up, and it's like, yeah, it's basically just like, make it look like the Nostromo from Aliens. Now, obviously, Halo is not strictly the Nostromo from Aliens, but Halo CE derived most of its, like, Halo CE is largely just a parody of Aliens. And obviously the aesthetic evolved over time, but the lineage is pretty much just Aliens. Retro tech. Yeah, it is very retro tech. Halo 2 is very much like late 90s military tech. And Halo CE is like straight up like Y2K aesthetic. Cassette futurism is what I thought it was. Sure, that too. I don't think there's a strict word you have to adhere by. Although, you know, looking at it more, I'd say like cassette futurism, cassette punk, it's a little too strictly 80s coded than what Halo is definitionally. Because Halo was literally developed in the late 90s. So it's far more accurate to stick with like a 90s aesthetic. 90s and early 2000s. It was the style at the time. Whoa, I'm gonna have to plug that up. Cassette futurism is what I would call the modern marathon aesthetic, with a mix of industrialism. Yeah, that's probably a good way to describe it. Marathon does have a very specific aesthetic, and I admire it for what it is. I just don't know if it captivates me personally. I have not really been super interested in Marathon, to be honest. It kind of just looks like another extraction shooter to me. Like, it looks like every other extraction shooter, and that's not, like, super appealing to me. But, like, the aesthetic, even the aesthetic in and of itself, it's like hyper minimalist and everything's highlighter colored. Don't know if it's for me. I wish we saw more exploration into the UNSC ground forces, specifically the Army, which would have been great. 2 or 3 in reach. Supply trucks, heavier ground side firepower. Yeah, it'd be interesting. My biggest issue with Marathon is its execution shooter. Oh, it's an extraction shooter? Yeah, same. Not like a big extraction shooter guy personally. I feel like extraction game modes would be interesting if tied into like a you know, a mainline shooter series. Like, I think that if Halo had an extraction shooter mode, that would be pretty cool. But I don't want that to be the whole game, you know? Yes, Toast, I do have super chats. Yes. I absolutely have super chats, and thank you for noticing. And for the record, anybody who wants to, you know, pitch in some extra donos, I could really use the help right now. I play it and have fun, but it's definitely not for everyone. Yeah. It's definitely an acquired taste. Mesh. Plane. It's been a hot minute since I've been to a stream. Yeah, where you been? It's been a while. I've been locked in with development and personal life stuff. That's understandable. We all got stuff going on. I got stuff going on too, man. Oof. Gotta worry about taxes, and I'm moving soon. My rent is up very soon. I gotta look for a house. I gotta find a job so I can afford a house. It's rough, man. Don't know what it is about Hard Light Bridge, but it reminds me of the old Halo Waypoint UI. I must admit, Waypoint back then. Waypoint back in the day was pretty interesting. Scaboodle, you should check how to make a tip jar. I have a tip jar. That's the thing. I do have a tip jar. I just keep forgetting where I put it. Buying me a Ko-fi. Project Discord. Streamlabs. Tips. Yeah, it's right there in the description. Although it says nobody's tipped me. Well, one person has tipped me. $5. A long time ago. Oh wait, no, that's not true. Gibbo tipped me. Yeah, I've gotten tips. But yeah, I got a tip jar. It's right in the description. You can pin that in message. I should do that. Is there a way to pin messages at the beginning of every stream automatically? Oh yeah, also, has Drake stopped streaming for the night? Nope!
Sounds really time saving. It definitely is, but you still have to clean it up a lot. Because I was using... Oh! Scaboodly! Oh! I'm trying to think about what I was doing before I went in the game. Space Phantom needs polish, yes. But that wasn't what I was doing. I guess I need to work on the loadouts that you spawn with. Just gonna edit the loadouts, make them a little more balanced, and then just call it on that. Starting profile. Let's say, okay, so we have an assault rifle profile, and that is like the default. Okay, then we have the damage carbine and the flak cannon, that's the heavy. I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I think what I'm gonna do is have I'm gonna put a regular assault rifle. Actually, is there anything a little bit heavier than an assault rifle that I could add in here? So I was gonna do a brute shot instead of the flak cannon, because frankly the flak cannon is straight bust. I think I'll just do the assault rifle at this point. We'll have the assault rifle and the brute shot for this class. Then for this one, sniper, instead of calling it sniper, I'm gonna have it just be range. So it'll have, as a starting, you'll have an SMG, a silenced SMG, and I'll make the ODST loadout. I'll also give it a pistol. To answer my question, how do I pause AI in Halo 2 Forge? At the last menu, you can do like toggle AI, and that'll turn their brains off and stuff. Auto mag. And what's the last one? Defense. For defense, I'm gonna do a primary shotgun. Actually, I'll use the modded tactical shotgun because that's gonna be better range. The secondary on defense. I'd say a mauler, but that'd be a little pointless. Maybe rifle, pistol, pickle. I'm gonna do gravity hammer. Fuck it, dude.
Anyway. RJ streams playing in the background. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I think notifications you have for the tip might be borked too. I don't remember any showing up and I watched the stream like a hawk. Maybe people just aren't tipping that much. I don't know. You gotta do it when the stream starts. If you finally make me stream mod, I can do it, I think. How would I do such a thing? Tree roots. There we go. Let me find it real quick. Okay. Um. Got this recommended and instantly subbed. I've played a bunch of Reach mods this month with your LNG, and I'm playing Halo Wars 1 for the first time right now. Project is maximum hype. Thank you, I really appreciate it. So I'm going to go back to an older version of this map. Matrix old. Close down my foundation. What? No. No, no, no. Want to close foundation. There's explorers here. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna rip some rocks from Halo 2 Anniversary. So I'm gonna switch to Halo 2 main, and then I open tag editor. Okay. Decorator set. Huh? Huh. You don't... Oh, wait, no, that's decorators. Loop sound generator. Rock. Crate. Let's look at these crate rocks, shall we? Stone rock, large crate. Stone rock, medium crate. Okay. Small. These are all the same. These are different. C-stack rock. I think that's actually like from Halo Reach. C-stack spire. These really look like they're from Reach. Ooh. Pylon targeting. Oh, yeah. Rock. Okay. Stone crate. No. Rock crate. Rocco one small. Let's just see what that looks like. Drag it in. And import collision. Actually, import physics. Alright. Now, what do you look like? That's not bad, but a little too detailed for the size of rock I'm going for. Although, we could probably adapt it. It's a little sharp for my liking, though. Hang on. Foundry. Desert boulder. Physics. No. Collision select. Collision only. Wait, no. Oh. It's 812, huh? 812 triangles, you say? I'll bet we can do better than that. Open recent, fleshed out map. I want rocks that I can populate my scene with, but I want those rocks to be efficient. So I have to be very careful in my selection of rocks. It's very important. So these are 322, whereas the other ones were like 800, so I can have way more of these guys. Yeah. Decimate. Well, first let's first weld this. Then decimate. Clear custom normal data and smooth everything. Well, that's 284. That's not bad. still doesn't look great. Whereas this... This is 322. Shmeh? Are you gonna convert it? Please? Okay. Okay. I think that will be fine for my purposes. Oh, it's a shader terrain? What? Halo Wars rocks small. Render. Rock render. Rocks LOD. No. No, 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 no. What about Halo 4? I know those rocks from Reach Forward, yeah. Rock render. Reach rock. Oof. No, thank you. Drop off rock small. Bonanza rock flat. Ooh. Hey now. Now that's a rock. Now there's a rock, alright. I'll tell you what. And then we're gonna do... Oh, we can probably just drag it in, can't we? Where did it go? Oh wow, it's tiny. Okay, well that doesn't help me. Where's my rock? Oh, there's my rock. Silly. Wait. I'm just making sure that there isn't a hidden rock somewhere, which I don't want. Okay, and that's 296. That is not bad for a rock, I gotta say. For a rock, could be worse. Smooth. I like my rocks a little bit smoother. A little on the smoother side. Ah, you know, this ain't bad. I'll take it. Now, Hailworm's rock small. And then I'm going to delete duplicate, remove duplicate, rock small, bonanza, dirt detail, rock 01 diff. Rock 01 diff. Hail Wars rock small. Diff. Okay. Export. Hail Wars rock small. Normal map. Export. Tags. Bitmaps. And I'm going to actually put them in Halo Wars environment shared bitmaps. And then this shader tag shaders Halo Wars new linked shader tag. Okay, I can't do that. But what I can do is Halo Wars tree cover shader. Halo Wars rock small. And then I'm going to take this into Halo Wars environment shared shaders. Paste it in there so that I can search for it. It can link the shader. I can open the shader. Alright, and now I can plug the textures in. Halo Wars rock small. Oh. Oh, shoot. Tag editor. You should make a Helldivers 2 map. That'd be very fun. I know these rocks from Respawn. Rock small. There we go. All right, rock small diff, and then bump mapping standard. Okay. Now, in order to make sure that the aesthetics are all on point, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select the 3 main rocks. Actually, before I do that, let me get another rock in here, which I saw from Halo 4, and bring that in, because that was another good-looking rock. Rock render model. Bonanza. Wait, nope, that's not it. Load textures. Whoa, that is a very detailed rock. What the hell? I think that's what they use to make normal maps. What the hell? That's ridiculous. Bonanza Rock Medium A. Okay. Okay, it looks like I have to just import them to this other blend scene before I bring them in. So, Foundry import, always extract bitmaps. Yeah, that's a pretty decent looking rock, I gotta say. That's another decent looking rock. Look at all these decent looking rocks. Decent. Already got rocks small. I don't need an enormous amount of rocks. I just need enough to like populate with small rocks. Whoa, hello. Look at you. You're a fancy looking rock. Yeah, I dig that. Maybe not you. God, there are a ton of rocks in Halo 4. Okay, gotta restart Blender real quick. Where's the tunes, man? There we go. Fleshed out map. No. Okay, re-exporting so that we can edit these new materials in Sapien. Okay, now we gotta find. Okay. And there they is. Wait, you should be in there as well. Oh, wait. Good, good. All right, now. Open Halo shader tag, open Halo shader tag, open Halo shader tag, open Halo shader tag. All right. Rock small. Now, the goal is to make all of these rocks match the same general textures aesthetically. Okay. Image, save as. I'm gonna save this as a TIFF. And it's gonna be RGB, non-RGB alpha. I'm gonna open the data. Bitmaps. Wait, where did I save that? Image save as. Environment shared. Okay. Okay. So if I go to tags, wait, no. If I go to data, Halo Wars, environment, shared, and bitmaps. Okay, and save this RGB. Image, save as. Oh, shit. Come on. Okay, that's very strange.
Marines on the ground, sir.
Wait, I read that you actually worked as a professional modeler in Halo Infinite. No wonder your looks. Ah, yes, yes, I did. Is there going to be a commander-esque figure who still somewhat controls the map, or is this more sort of a massive big team battle? For now, it's just a massive big team battle. I definitely want to implement that kind of tech later on, but that's going to require coding that I myself am not specialized in, so I'm going to have to recruit somebody to help me do it. Okay. I gotta use the restroom real quick. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, now we can actually get back to making the map. I can't stay, but keep up the great work and have an amazing day. You too. Thank you for joining. Hey, do you know how I could go about remastering some Halo 2 environment textures? I have the basics of Blender, but not really any experience with image editing software. Well, my only advice would be, like getting good at Photoshop. But I understand that Photoshop, A, costs money, and B, takes a lot of skill, or like time to learn. I shouldn't say skill, because it's like it's a fairly easy program to pick up and learn, but you know, you got to put in the time and watch plenty of tutorials. Learning any tool is basically just a series of like, I want to do this very basic thing. How do I do that very basic thing? And Googling it, and like, you know, you just add that up piecemeal over time. So start small, start simple. If you don't want to pay for Photoshop, I'd say the next best option is probably GIMP, which is free. GIMP is a free image editing software, which has a lot of the same features as Photoshop. So you could try that. No problem. Hey Scoobudley, what do you recommend for someone who wants to get into custom Halo Reach campaigns but has never gotten good at Blender, never coded, and never used the mod tools? Well, first of all, you don't necessarily need to code. Well, I guess for certain encounters it helps to know some scripting, but for the most part you don't need to code. But for what would you recommend for someone who wants to get into custom Halo Reach campaigns and has never gotten good at Blender? Well, campaigns are really ambitious. First of all, I would start small. Make like a custom, I don't know, a custom game asset. Like make something like a weapon. Just you reuse some of the same animations that already exist, but make a custom weapon. Start there. Then teach yourself things like, well, basic modeling tools. I can't recommend like modeling tutorials in Blender because I don't model in Blender myself. I model in 3ds Max. God, really, your question is kind of like very broad. It's a little hard to answer. I apologize. Yeah. There's just like hours and hours of things I could talk about with that entire subject. I don't really know where to start. Just get Blender, download the Foundry plugin for Blender. It's a free community tool. But yeah. Make a firefight map instead and maybe expand on it later. Yeah, maybe like a very small, simple one. There's just like so much you have to learn. Unfortunately, the learning curve for Halo modding is very high, and it leads to a lot of people not taking an interest. But yeah, there's a lot to learn. Yeah, sorry it's not more elaborate than that. Pick a small project and then go from there. Then ask like a bunch of basic questions. My goal is to try and make an insurrectionist campaign level at some point in the future. The pre-Covenant War insurrectionist stuff always interested me. Yeah, so to start off, what I would recommend is if you want to just get into the habit of like making a level, reuse as many assets as you can from the campaigns. The main things you have to understand about level modeling is there's render meshes and then there's collision meshes, and they're not the same. A render mesh is one-sided geometry and it's just meant to look pretty, and you can have way more polygons. A collision mesh is way simpler and has to be airtight geometry. So it can't have any holes, it can't have any open edges, it can't be one-sided geometry. It has to be a solid piece of geometry, and it has to be like Minecraft simple, basically. Yeah. But there's tons of buildings and structures you can probably rip from campaigns or import from like free models online. And so I would recommend reusing what already exists in the game before you dig into like modeling yourself. And then there's also just tons of free assets online. One thing you will eventually want to learn is rigging. If you're going to make custom characters, it helps to get good at rigging. Yeah. It sounds exhausting. It is. It very much is. Why do you think like it's taken me several streams to make one map? Yeah. because the older the game, the closer your beginner modeling will probably match retail art. That's true. That is another good point. Is a lot of people mod Halo CE for a number of reasons. The mod community for CE is much older, so they've been doing this a lot longer. And there's a lot more just community support. There's a lot more tools that have been established. The only downside is most of those guys use 3ds Max, whereas most modern Halo modders use Blender. But he is right in that the art style will be very close to like what today would be considered a beginner 3D artist. You mean like modding for Halo CE before Reach? Well, only if that's what you're interested in. I will say nowadays modding Reach is a lot easier than it used to be. This tool that I'm using, Foundry, it makes things so much simpler and more streamlined. It takes a lot of the guesswork out. So, yeah, definitely use that tool. The modeling thing I know is freaking hard, and I'm modeling Halo 2 Classic. Yeah, I mean, I went to school for this stuff. Just to be very clear, I've been a professional 3D artist in the game industry for 13 years. There might be times where I make it look easy, but I mean, it took a long ass time for me to get good and hireable and get so good at modeling that it's relatively easy for me. It's an entire career skill, you know? I mean, CE has its own problems in terms of no instance geo. Maybe Halo 3 or Halo 2, they all have their issues. Wait, are you telling me CE can't have instance geometry? Again, the LMG on Reach looks like Bungie made it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, if that's your passion, your passion will carry you forward. But yeah, I would say start small, start simple, have a very clear goal in mind, and then just figure out a way to achieve that goal. No, every object must be stitched into the map except for scenery objects. That's insane. What the hell? Jeez Louise. That would be horrible to deal with. Oh my god. I can't even imagine. These days, man, we are so spoiled these days. In Unreal Engine, like I've been modding for like a couple of years now, so I'm pretty adept at the classic Halo engines, but like dude, Unreal Engine, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can just like make whatever terrain or anything. Don't know how RJS makes it, but I want to do the Great War from Custom Edition, but on Halo 2. I am not sure what you're referring to. That is a reference I do not recognize. It's a custom map for Custom Edition and Blood Gulch with AI from the 4 factions. There's like 3 versions of that map. Damn. Sounds crazy. I'm going to be honest, I've tried and failed at Halo modding many times. I quit projects. I don't have much experience with campaign, but I would suggest making an interior. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. You could do Halo 3 though, since I find Sapien better in it slightly. They're very similar, but Halo 3 is just a bit better. Clankaplum, will you play Halo 2 Remaster? I don't know, eventually. Maybe. Gotta use the restroom real quick. God. That mod is looking like it's... Oh, yeah. Talking about Halo 2. Sorry. The music is not muted. That's just yeah. I just have it real low. Did you check what Toast sent in DMs yet? No. What did Toast send? Oh, you mean to channel dashboard. In order to make Toast wait. Oh. Pin stuff. Managing moderators, standard moderators. Oh, to make Toast a mod. Yeah, I'll get to that after stream. The rocks are rocking, yes. Also, Connor, glad to see you too. It is getting pretty late for me, so I'm probably gonna have to head out really soon. But yes, thank you for being here. If the export doesn't have a fit over it, yeah, it's I am optimizing as much as I can to make sure that I have a clean export. We are approaching the point where there's so many instances in one BSP that I will have to, next time I export, I'm just gonna have to like slate some things to not export in order to check, like, you know, these inner trees and stuff. Once I break up the map into multiple BSPs, then everything should export just fine, because then you go from like 10,000 instances per BSP to, like, you know, 1,000 instances per BSP. So it'll export just fine once I separate the map, but until then, yeah, I have to like pick and choose what I'm gonna export. But yeah, just going by the preview in Blender, it's looking pretty cool. Let me replace one thing, and then I'm gonna have to head out. There we go. And then let's get these guys as well. There we go. All right. It's peaking peak. Yeah. It's definitely looking pretty good. Okay. I gotta head out. Once again, I want to thank everybody who joined me. Wow. That sounds like my my headphones ran out of battery. But anyway, I want to thank everybody who joined me. Obviously, it's a lot of work, and there's still yet a lot of work to go, but it is really coming together. And I'm just like, I'm getting better at the process, and the map is getting more fleshed out, and pretty soon, very soon, we will have a functional playable map. So yeah, just keep tuning in, watch the progress unfold, and yeah, we're gonna have it going. Anyway, I'm really tired. I'm gonna head out. Y'all have a great night.